Hello, it is Saturday evening and we are here in time to do some lace making. Now, it's 8 o'clock at night. I did a really late stream last week. I'm not sure that this one's going to rival that, but you never know. If we get in the zone and my brain stays in gear, then maybe it'll be an extra long one today. So, let's get moving. Now, I have something to show you. You may notice in the middle of my mat is a tiny thing. This tiny thing, she says straighten it up a bit so it fits a little better, is the Flanders square. It was not worth the effort. Now, I will say that this bit, which is the join, where the join is mainly scraggy because of the start, not really because of the finish. So this heart was the last one I did, and to be honest, it came out all right. I don't like it, but it came out all right. Why don't I like it? Well, the problem of the cloth stitch and the changing of the worker pairs just wasn't worth it. It was just too much in, out, making random bits, and I'm not sure if it's really that apparent. But if you look really carefully, although it's a bit bright for that perhaps, you'll notice that it gives kind of a rounded edges. Well, there's a reason for that, because the pair that say go in here come out here and actually form an arc, and this means that, well, tensioning it was hard, and it is also really stiff. I mean, if I balance it on my middle finger, it's... Let me zoom out a bit because, well, you're not really getting the full picture here. If I balance it on my middle finger, it doesn't wilt at the edges. In fact, it stays perfectly flat, which kind of... It's a bit too stiff. It's not lacy in my mind. So I am finding... I mean, look at it. I mean, if I hold it by the corner, it does wilt slightly, but only slightly. It doesn't have that lace quality you kind of expect. It's not delicate. It's, well, frankly, as I say, look at it. It is not wilting one little bit. It's kind of, I mean, you can't really see from the side, but if I do that, you can see that it hasn't. You know, it stays upright. It doesn't wilt. It's kind of weird. So, yeah. Hello, Rory. Hello. Seems the bottom of my pillow is less visible, which means that that's less visible. So let's put this back in the middle of my pillow. What? Did I feed you? Did I? Did I, the owner of the household, feed my dog? I think I did. Stop licking me. You've had dinner. Lie down. Go sleep. Right. Let's dig out the lace making. Now, I have made one tiny change since we were here yesterday. I have replaced the elastic bands on the top of the 4 worker threads for cloth stitch with one of many little coloured orthodontic elastics, because they are exactly the size I thought they were, because I measured. Well, I know how big things are, so but it means that we have a elastic band that fits more in the... See, they're falling out now. That fits more in this and doesn't bulk it out a bit, which is what I wanted it to do. So, stop. And it looks like half of these have come undone. Just too many of them are coming undone, which is proving annoying, to be honest. And you go in between you. So I will re-show the Flanders square later in case of new coming peoples, because obviously at the moment I'm not convinced how many people are listening, so we'll revisit that again later. Right. Oh, itch. Pins. Now, despite the huge number of coloured bands that I've got, I've also ordered some white ones. Why? Well, because then, if I need to, I can convert all these other ones to, say, white ones, so that the coloured ones stand out. See, I'm not entirely stupid. That, and it was quite a few of them for not a lot of money, so... You know, we're talking total spent on elastic bands is less than a Costa coffee. To be honest, not that I drink Costa coffees, but it's less than the price of a Costa coffee. And so in that grand scheme of things, it's not like I'm, you know, rolling out the red carpet or anything. So it is within my remit to afford. Nope, that's the wrong hole. That's the right hole. There we go. Oops. So how's everyone doing this Saturday evening? I nearly said Sunday for a minute, didn't I? Goodness, no, it's not Sunday yet. Thankfully. I say thankfully, otherwise the weekend would be over. And that would be a bit sad. But it's over already. So. Right, put you up there somewhere. And I can see it, but I can't find it. It's kind of half in my glasses. Whatever. Right. Feels more crowded. I can't work out why. Possibly because I can't trust these to be piled up like before. Maybe that'll help. There we go. There we go. There we go. Lengthen that a bit. Right. I'm going to make these longer. It helps with the stacking later, if nothing else. So let's make these longer. Undo these a little bit. Right. Maybe it feels a bit long now, but it's only because we've been used to being up the top. So you're all done. You're a bit long. I need a pin. Give me a pin. Give me a pin. Make them slightly more accurate. There we go. And then we need 2 of you, which I need to lengthen. That was a bit much. Never mind. Pin. Wondered why it was sitting funny. There you go. Hello! Welcome to the channel. How are you? Right there, somewhere. I'm all right. It looks a little chaotic, 'cause it is. But I'm doing all right. Earlier today, I finished off an experimental object, which was done in a style of lace making called Flanders, and I don't like it very much. And it's not that I don't like the output. It's not that I didn't like making it specifically, but I did find that there were a lot of complications in this that just seemed... The best example I can give is, imagine you go and do your weekly shopping, and instead of having, I don't know, 6 carrier bags of food in the trunk of your car, you have to individually carry each item indoors, one at a time. And that's what this feels like, is you end up with a not too dissimilar result, but the effort to get there was twice as much for no good reason, and it just wasn't worth it. So we won't be continuing down that escapade particularly, just because it took a really long... The main difference between that one and, say, for example, this one, is that where a pin is, so for every pin you... Well, I mean, everything has a level of effort, right? And some things we enjoy more than others, and we know this. And people are different, and, happy celebrations to those who enjoy things that we do not. And if you're really lucky, you pair up with one of them, and that way all the things that you have to do in life become less bad, because you do the ones you like, they do the ones they like, and everybody's happy. But everywhere there's a pin hole, which are all the dots, in nearly every other lace, it is the result of 2 pairs of bobbins coming together. Now, while this is a very small section of cloth stitch, because of the really dense stuff, when you get to the end of the cloth stitch, I get to tension the line going across here, because if I get a pin... By the way, when I say get a pin, I sound like I've got to hunt the house for them. I've got a really big pot. It's just extracting one out of it is really not that easy, because they're all pointy end up. But if I grab a pin, I can, for example, pull on these 2, and these 2 come up, right? These are known as my worker pair. And the worker pair, in this case, marked with the pretty little beads on, go backwards and forwards and backwards and forwards. And it means that I can tension these and keep this line nice and parallel, and then I can pull on these to make sure that they don't rack up in the middle. The problem with this was, instead of, say, because you work on it like I am with this one. So although this was worked going clockwise, not anti-clockwise, I don't think it really matters, to be frank. But I followed. So here, for this entry represents actually 4 pairs of bobbins, not 2. And as a result of 4 pairs of bobbins, well, 2 pairs go in, but they don't go in and dangle down and bulk out this, which is what happens in every other lace form. No, no, no. The pair that were coming across that met here, 1 pair comes, gets worked by the 2 that have come in, and then just kind of dangle. So if you pull on them, it pulls your work out, not tighter. You then take the 2 pairs that have come in, and the bottom pair go across to the other side. Well, you're almost constantly chasing a tail, but at no point can you pull on things easily to tighten it up. So tension was a real pain in the ass. Plus, for the same amount of space, to give you an idea, this square took basically as many bobbins as this square, and, well, it's a quarter of the size. So, yeah. So it was really crowded. And one thing I don't like about it is, when you think of lace, you think of delicate, you think of intricate. Well, it's not that intricate, but also, if I balance the middle on the end of my finger, it doesn't wilt. It's really solid. Now, this could be an advantage. If you were making something that you wanted, fashionably to stand up. Well, there are many kinds of lace, and basically most countries have one or more variants of lace within their country. Because, well, back in the day, we didn't have the internet and we couldn't all share so easily. So they each did kind of their own interpretation of the same thing. And that was fine, because it meant that, we got varieties of lace, and some have certain traits, some do not. And that's fine. That's great. It's wonderful. But like everything, it's a bit like drill bits. Every drill bit has a purpose. Now, many drill bits just drill a hole of size X, and that's fine. But you get wood ones, you get masonry ones, you get normal ones, right? And lace making kind of does the same thing. Each lace type has things it's better at and things it's not so good at, and the ads are about to start, so we shall continue after the break. It's still saying ads starting, so bear with it. Twitch does this occasionally. Takes it a while. It says ads starting and then sits there for a couple of minutes. So. But you never know when it's actually going to kick in. No, it's still saying ads starting soon. This is definitely the problem. There you go. So, let's move you over here, and we'll make you all longer. good evening, Netnikissa. Yay! So yeah, it's every bit of lace has a purpose. Well, every lace type has things it's better suited for and not suited for. It's like cotton fabric, nylon fabric, furry fabric, wool fabric, and all the rest of it is, you know, you wouldn't necessarily want to make a nightgown out of furry fabric, although, to be honest, someone probably has. Similarly, you wouldn't necessarily want a cotton blanket, because a sheet of cotton isn't really a blanket. So, every style of... That's okay. You can lurk. Lurking's very acceptable. We understand that. I do that a lot. I mean, that's part of the reason, of course, I've got you guys being read to me in my ear so that I can concentrate on what I'm doing and not be reading what you're typing. Because otherwise I'd get it wrong, right? I mean, I get it wrong anyway, but I get it more wrong, and that would be slightly frustrating. So I have you read in my ear. Occasionally it makes a bit of a jump of it, and I have to look up to see what on earth it was talking about. It's not very good at emotes, after all, but... So I'm just lengthening these because, well, it gives me a bit more room to... And occasionally they get stuck like this one. Just like it's round the wrong way, but it's not. So. Get a pin. So yes, it is. Now most lace has things that it's better at and things that it's not. Now, for example, Buck's Point is often used as clothing edging because it's very delicate, but at the same time it's also kind of stretchy, so it's very good for those kinds of things. And this is driving me nuts. Come on, out you go. You have to be very careful you don't end up breaking threads. Something's definitely amiss here. I think this one actually has 2 knots on it. Yes, it does. Might even have 3. Yeah. Definitely some shenanigans going on this one. There it is. Right. So it's not that I don't feel that Flanders is... I mean, unlike, for example, I have a real thing against picots, which are the little kind of bobbles that they make on the edge. Because picots just look like bad pinholes to me. They look like you're screwed up rather than, you know, you intentionally did things. And so from that point of view... it's, you know, like everything, if you don't like them, you don't like them. That, you know, that's perfectly allowed not to like them. So I don't like them and I try and avoid them. And they're very common in a style called Buck's Point, which, as I was saying, is kind of good for clothing edges. It's also used in Bedfordshire lace. Now, I'm not really quite sure the purpose of Bedfordshire lace because, well... But, for example, Honiton lace, which is another British one, is basically almost like logos on a t-shirt. It's usually used for making small motifs, right? And so again, that's okay, that's fine, that's allowed. But it's got a purpose. I'm sure Flanders is very good for, let's say, household items, so such as placemats, coasters, bedspread, maybe a shawl, because that's obviously, quite a large object and potentially prone to catching on things or, getting under stress when you sit on it or something. I'm not a shawl wearer, I'm not. Oh, for goodness sake. I wish I could. It's really bad when you can see the thread, but you can't grab it with your fingers to give it a yank, which is what I need to do so that I can undo one loop because it's too tight, and then I can extend it down a bit. Problem is sometimes you end up putting two loops on because one's got, carried away and keeps coming undone, and then when you want to undo it, you frigging can't because it's now being too grippy, which is why I've bought a shed load of those orthodontic elastics because they fit beautifully on these. Oops, that was two. Back on. So, let's twist these before I forget, because I'm really good at forgetting. And you see, you've now come off and are getting longer and longer, and stop rolling. Now, you were the wrong ones to twist. There you go. Twist you and we twist you. Right, lots of you can go to the side, and I need to move that pin because you're in the way. I need you two and you two, and you two can go out of the way. So, that was one too many. There we go. So yes, so there are styles of lace, and I have nothing against different styles of lace. Ones that heavily rely on picots really are not going to be my friends unless you can ignore them, which is fine because the Bucks Points ones are usually on the edges, so you can just ignore them. You just kind of go, not doing that, and don't, which is great. Bedfordshire lace tends to have them. It tends to have, a bit like this has got ground stitch making the net here. They tend to do a plait out of 4 bobbins and then put picots in those plaits, almost because they're often like buds on a twig of a plant, which is fine because at least that's usually kind of it makes the pattern look a little bit more flowery and incidental, but once again it's a picot and everything, so kind of not the fan of that. Stop doing an extra one. I don't know why I'm doing an extra one. Not too long. thank you for the follow, Lynetta. So yeah, lace making has styles, and I'm keen to experiment. So I've done a bit of Maltese. This is torchon. I've done some buck's point. Haven't really done any Bedfordshire ones because, well, I'm not really a flower person, and 99% of it's flowers. Haven't done a Honiton one for kind of the same reason, because nearly every motif is a flower. And I'm not exactly a motif kind of girl, so I'm never going to likely to need one, so don't feel that calling quite so much. Flanders had quite a potential to it, and part of the reason is because, well, much like Buck's Point, it has things called gimp thread, which basically, if you look, there's kind of a fat thread going around the edge. Now, they're nearly always the same colour, so they don't stand out, but they can be different colours, obviously. But there's a fat thread that runs around the edge of the heart. They're called gimp threads, and by having a gimp thread, you kind of, even out the shape of the pattern and make it look a little bit more, well, shapy. And so, and it's often used for pictures made out of lace. Now, the pictures made out of lace, it's a little like a plique in sewing, in that it looks more like layers of different things put together, which is not a bad thing, but it's also not a good thing, especially when made of lace, because it looks, well, it doesn't appeal to me, which doesn't help, because if something doesn't appeal to you, you don't really want to spend quite a bit of time experimenting with it. Because, well, as you may have noticed, lace making is not a fast hobby. You do not gain, one of these squares, on average, takes about a month. So, experiments are quite a considerable bit of effort. It's not like knitting a swatch, although it is, because if you're doing it out of tiny sock yarn, when it's like 60 squares and 60 stitches and 60 rows to do your 4-inch swatch, yeah, that's effort, and it feels a waste of thread as well. So, and so experiments are a bit like doing swatches, in that this is why I have an affinity for making bookmarks. At least if you make a bookmark, you end up with a usable product at the end of it that you could give to someone or use yourself. Whereas making a strip, a 6-inch kind of ruler wide bit of lace, well, what are you going to do with that? I mean, you're just going to end up either chucking it in the bin or collecting it in a folder for years to come and never using it. And it just seems, if it's going to take you a while, surely, if nothing else, you want to do something that has a purpose at the end of it. It's a bit like, for example, when you're at school, everyone was made to learn another language, right? And it's all well and good as long as you get to go there or get to meet people who can speak the language. Now, I'm not saying it's a waste of your life learning Latin, because, well, there's lots of things in Latin, including most Catholic masses. But you're not exactly going to walk down the high street and bump into someone and go, I bear in mind I don't know any Latin other than Ave, a number of the Psalms and Ave Maria kind of thing, but you're not exactly going to be using Latin down the high street. Or, when you meet, you're not going to meet someone from, who only speaks Latin. And so it's hard to get behind learning it for the sake of just learning it. It's so much easier when there is a purpose. So, like, if you wanted to knit a jumper, it's worth learning to knit. But if someone just said, you will learn to knit, make a square, your heart's not really kind of in it. And I think that is often a key problem with a lot of hobbies, is that it's hard to find something to try that's low entry and fairly small, so you can get a feel for it without huge commitment. Because, if you think realistically, the smallest thing you can probably make traditionally with knitting would be a pair of gloves. But then you've got shaping of the thumb, you've got potential fingers if you don't do mittens, but you still have some shaping if you've got mittens. You've got to join things. It's not a simple thing, right? Now, with lace making, of course, we get to do squares. But we can make bookmarks, we can make flat things, we can make big things, we can make small things. Big things require bigger pillows, usually, which is why I'm making my net curtain in squares that I will join together later. But it is, at least with lace making, if you made, even if it was really thin, like a centimetre wide, if you made a centimetre wide by 6-7 inches, but it had a nice-ish looking top and a nice-ish looking bottom, we're not talking, Sistine Chapel nice, we're talking, if not, well, the bottom could be tie it together and make a tassel out of it, it's a bookmark now, right? And so lace making at least has that as an advantage, where you can kind of why have you got, there you go, you've got that option to make something usable and small, but then it takes a long time, so it's still, well, I say a long time, if you were to knit something the size of a bookmark, it probably wouldn't take that long, but then you generally wouldn't use thread this thin either, so but you know what I mean. If you were making a thin strip of knitting, that's like 4 rows of knitting on its side and job would be done. So it wouldn't take that long. And you could probably knock out, 4 or 5 easily in an afternoon. You can't do that in lace making. Nothing, realistically. I mean, even a small bookmark, and I'm talking small bookmark, tends to be a day. It's not a fast hobby, except of course if you're one of those speed demons you see on the short videos. But even then, you've still got to prep it. You've still got to, I mean, if you look at what I've got on my pillow now, so this is my own variant of somebody else's pattern, and I adjusted the pattern on a program. So I've got a program that will do the lace squares for me. Realistically, not so important, because you can do it with other things. It's just easier, obviously, in a dedicated program. I then printed it out, which is fine, happens. I then laminated it, fine. I then had to stab the 1,180 holes, so that when you're doing this and actually working on it, you can find the holes with your pin, so that you get them in the right place, and then they are as neat as can be, rather than a bit scraggy because you missed a bit. Just go over the end of the bloody bobbin, you miserable knot, thank you. No, don't come off again. This is something that thread does that nearly nothing else does, which is twist and turn and be annoying. All right. And you need moving as well. I've often mentioned on this stream that I've got funny eyesight, and I can't really explain my funny eyesight to people, because, well, I know no different, right? But there are various things I just can't see. And one of which is whether a thread is on top of another thread or underneath another thread. And the other thing I can't do is use a pair of binoculars. I cannot use binoculars. I can only ever look through one eye in a pair of binoculars. I can't use both. Just can't. It won't let me. Well, I can open both eyes, but one eye will always see the inside of the binoculars, no matter where I adjust them. And it's not because they go... It's either because they don't go thin enough or wide enough, I can't tell because I don't understand. And I just can't look through a pair of binoculars. It's wasted on me. Getting crowded, but let's move you up a little bit more. And bring in this last pair. So yeah, and you squirmy thing can go. So I don't know. It's but I find that does not help with me and my lace making. That I struggle to see certain things. So if I've made a mistake and I need to go back, and I'm finding that if I'm finding that either a bobbin's running away with what it should do, like this one, which is just constantly coming undone, I can't see easily to do something with the bobbin to fix it, because it's basically, it's not that I can't see, because I can. With my glasses on, I have perfect vision. But I also, it's almost like my brain refuses to clearly see the problem. It just goes, it's, the best way to explain it is, if you stand on a forest and look at the grass below, all you see is a pile of green. You don't, and you don't really see individual grass fronds. And that's basically what my brain does, is it goes, I see a lot of cotton, yes. Yeah, but I need to see that bit. No, it's just part of the cotton. Next. And it just kind of refuses to play ball with it, which is frustrating. Because it does make it very complicated. But I was trying to look at... spring is on its way here. I know this because the bunnies are out. And I was trying to look through a pair of binoculars earlier to watch the bunnies. Because they were the far end of the field. And I could see one, boing, boing, boing. And I thought there was another one. And I was trying to look through the binoculars to see him. And I was right. There was another one. So I don't know. So you're getting longer and longer. And even when I can see the thread, even though I have got a bit of a nail, I often can't dig it out of its hole to... Right, you're done. Now, let's... Are you long? Well, one of you is. You seem abnormally long, so let's make you less long. Let's put you back in a stick, the other end. There we go. So I have a question for everybody, as there seem to be a good number of you about. I've had I'd say a complaint, but feedback from Bear in mind, once these are done, I upload them to YouTube. Now, all of you who have been here probably don't watch them on YouTube because, well, you've already seen it. There's no point in watching it again. But I've had a feedback from YouTube, and someone has complained about the music. Now, the music is complicated. Why is it complicated? Well, as you may be aware, both Twitch and YouTube get a real moody about copyright music. And, you know, well, it is copyright. And I know certainly in the UK, if you wanted to have a radio on in your office, for example, you require a broadcasting license because people can hear it. Same with the TV. You need a broadcasting license because you are going to be rebroadcasting somebody else's work. And they're not cheap. I mean, they're not ridiculously expensive, but they're not cheap. So for streaming, it does not surprise me that there are similar rules that you cannot use copyright music because, well, they're not licensed, right? However, the music that I'm using is openly allowed to be used in this kind of situation. In fact, they encourage you to do so. So from that point of view, I obviously have been using it because there is about 3 hours of music and I'm allowed to. But this person has basically said, getting bored of listening to it. Now, I can understand that to an extent. However, this doesn't feel right at all. Let's take that pin out. Now, if it has a 3-hour repeat time, part of me says that is long enough apart that it's not like it's one song on, you know, all-time repeat. So surely it shouldn't be too bad. Now, yes, it does start at track 0 every day. So the beginning is the same music every day, and it's in the same order every day. Is that really so bad? I mean, let's put it this way. If I was Asmongold and earning his kind of cash through streaming, then I'd probably pay someone to write me specific music that I can use continuously through my streams. That would be music of my choice and, you know, unique to me and, you know, not subject to copyright, but that would be, you know, that I would have a number of tracks that I can play, each of them being, you know, really, really long. So there's almost like, you know, pick a theme of the day, you know. But I'm not, so I don't. But it does concern me that someone is bored of listening to the music. Now, I will point out, I don't listen to it. You do, I don't. Just as I listen to you, and you don't. I mean, for example, you can't hear what I'm hearing. I'm also listening to another streamer. You don't have to listen to that. So, now, this particular streamer is playing currently 80s music, as well as killing things, right? Now, I can play, in theory, and I say this very carefully, I can play different music to you guys on stream and have a recording with different music. The only problem is I then have to edit the video that goes to YouTube. because I did a brief experiment with this. So you can set it up so that one track goes to YouTube, one track goes to, you know, these tracks go to Twitch. These tracks go to Twitch, but there is like a hidden track that is so how to explain it? Let's say there are 3 tracks. One has got my voice on it. Hello. One has got music on it. Twinkle twinkle. Right. And then another has got different music on it. Plonkty plonk. Right. You can tell Twitch that this is the case, and Twitch will play, and that Twitch should play, you know, the first music to the live audience. You get Twinkle Twinkle. And the VOD that it saves gets the Plonkty Plonk music. So you can therefore say to it, play copyright music live. No, but the problem is an awful lot of the royalty-free music is either it's not finding music you like is harder because obviously you got to find music you like. But I have it's actually game music, but it's from a game called Heartbound. And their OST very much specifically says, if you use it for streaming and VODs, we will never come for you, right? So they openly give you permission to use it in this scenario. The problem with some of the royalty-free music is they can change their mind. Secondly, it's not always... It can be quite short. It's usually like a minute. So therefore you need a lot of them, and having a group that are semi-cohesive is quite a still. And so, for want of a better explanation, I put the music on so that if I'm being quiet, there is still an element of something to listen to other than my rather dulcet tones. To be honest, part of me wishes I didn't need to do music at all. But because I don't often have many of you talking to me, I often have a bit of a rant or a bit of a chat at the beginning, and then I will sit almost in silence. And this to me strikes, I mean, I know ASMR's a thing, but at the same time, it strikes me as there needs to be something else. Because to be honest, how much of the clinky clinky pokey pokey you can hear isn't clear. And I'm not, you know, I can't really stick my microphone like here so that you can hear it properly. Well, I mean, I could move it a lot closer, but you know what I mean, right? It's... So I thought a little bit of music, and I do have it on fairly quiet, hopefully. I mean, you know, and that's the other thing, of course, is... Well, that's kind of where I was aiming for. So, if it's too loud, say something. If it's not loud enough, say something. But no one ever on stream has complained that it's the same music every day. Because it is in the background. Now, bear in mind, the same levels go to the YouTube video. So, from my mind, it shouldn't be a big issue, because the music is not why you're there, right? If you wanted to listen to a load of music, put some music on. Put my shit on mute and just watch the lace and listen to what you wanted. You know, I have no objections to that. You know, maybe stick closed captions on and, you know, have the words pop up with anything I do say. Because the problem is you can't please everybody, right? And with all due respect to it, I want to make lace, not spend days playing Hunt music titles, right? And it's not that I don't want to put any effort into it. I mean, I could play music. I could record my own in theory, right? But, again, kind of don't really want to. Yeah. I mean, I could record my own. I could write and record some. That's within my remit. I've written music before now. I had to for my music GCSE for stars. I can play a number of instruments. I could make a variety of tunes. But I don't really want to. That's not why I'm here. So it is difficult, and, you know, I do kind of want people to be happy, but at the same time, I'm here to make the lace. Now, I did think about trying not to record the music to go up on YouTube and leave it as just the raw, what goes through my microphone. But then some smart Alec would whine that it's boring, right? So I'm not sure I can win, but it's at the same time, I want to give it decent thought as to whether there is some form of reasonable medium that I can do in the middle. And at the moment, I'm struggling to come up with much other than hitting shuffle. But then that wouldn't really help, because knowing my luck, it would start off with something really inappropriate that sounds really weird. And at the moment, having the music that I've got at the start is almost like a theme tune. It's not, but it's kind of like a theme tune. It starts the same with my 1 minute countdown. Because for those who don't know, as my stream pops up, it actually has a 1 minute countdown before anything starts to give people a bit of a chance to get in. Now, in the long run, and I am talking longer term, because obviously this is a long project, and obviously I don't intend to just do this project, I intend to do other things after I've done this project. It may not be lace making, it may be something else, or it may be more lace making. We will see when I get nearer the end, because, well, I might be a bit lace making out by that point. But, you know, I do intend to keep making some crafty videos and things afterwards, so I do want to have kind of a slightly longer but maybe more interesting intro, at which point having a specific tune to go with it could be a worthwhile thing. But once again, you've got to find something that seems appropriate, that's royalty free, and the problem is, of course, now you'd argue all classical music is copyright free, because copyright only goes on for 75 years or so. Something, it's either 25 or 75 years, right? And so therefore, people like Mozart and Beethoven and all those kind of guys have been dead a little bit for a while now, and so their music should be free. Well, it is, but the people who do recordings of it well, and that's the thing. I mean, to be honest, you know, not particularly, but if I'm into thrash metal, for example, no, I'm not. There are some bits that I like, but, you know, it's not my first choice. People would be pretty mad if all my tunes were thrash metal and really loud, right? And you couldn't really hear me over the top. If I was into almost like Disney fairy twinkle twinkle, you know, kind of music, well, that would get annoying too, right? Because, well, it is kind of a bit annoying. If it's a tune, so it's pop music, it's got lyrics and all the rest of it, well, then the words would clash with me speaking, so you don't really want anything that's got words in it. And you've already ripped out 90% of the tunes that you'd have. Now, as I said, I did do a bit of an experiment, and I can, for example, play you all some 80s hits, 90s hits, you know, we can pick a genre of the day, right? I could play you that and have it record for YouTube and the VOD on Twitch. For example, this music. And I did think about it. I really did. But it does make even more work for me. Now, there are many occasions. So, for example, it's 9:20 at night here right now. And I'm wide awake because I didn't go to bed till 3 o'clock this morning. So I got up late. Therefore, really, it's probably about 5 o'clock in the evening for me. Or my brain thinks it is. So that's fine. But at the same time, on a work day, when I've got to be up by 7 o'clock in the morning, having done the dog thing, got clean, done all of the other stuff in the morning, sometimes my internet, because it's dog crap, doesn't finish uploading till 1:30 in the morning. Well, if I've then got to edit it and then upload it, I'm not going to be up till 3 in the morning doing that shit. I can't. I've got a job and I need, no offence, my job pays the bills. This does not. So it is that kind of frustration, is that while I want to, please everybody and do good things, and part of me would love to edit some of my streams so that, I can cut out some of the bits and, but then it's not a true video of the history of me making this, which, of course, part of the reason I'm doing this is not for you. I'm doing it for me, because my brain has a habit of going, hey, I want to make all the really huge things, and I want my brain to understand next time, this is what happens when we pander to your wishes. It's like 18 months of making a net curtain. Are you really sure that you're up for this? Because yes, insert project may look great and wonderful, and the idea is awesome, but your sanity will not take it. And so, with all that in mind, I don't want it to be harder work than it needs to be, and for me, the whole needing to edit it specifically, hence my YouTube videos are literally exactly what you see on stream. I don't have I don't have a post, an intro bit. I don't have a kind of a credits bit at the end. All that happens is it pops up, it does its 60-second counter, and off we go. And when I say bye at the end of stream, it cuts off and it's done. But at the same time, I want people to feel that they can watch it. Now, this particular person does seem to watch a lot of the videos, and obviously watches a reasonable chunk of the videos, because they put quite a few comments on so far, and so they must be watching it because they're relevant comments. It's not, this sucks, it is relatively, relevant comments. And so there is a bit of me that kind of goes, I'd like them to feel that they can continue watching, but at the same time, I'm not sure I can do enough to appease them. Because let's say, for sake of the argument, I find some royalty-free, let's say, classical music, so that it can, again, be in the background, but also, it's not got any words in it. It's, it's not going to detract from anything else. It's not going to suddenly launch into some thrash metal and blare everybody out, right? Well then, that's also going to get boring. Well, what am I supposed to do? Every month, spend a week looking for new music? That could get awkward. And to be honest, most of the streamers that I listen to have repeat music. So, I know one person uses this music, in fact, because it's their music, they wrote it. Well, they pay a man who wrote it for their game. They've been streaming that shit for years. No one ever complains to them, and they have, they have 14, 15,000 viewers a day. So, you know, I think part of the problem is when I'm not talking. If I'm talking, the music becomes easy to ignore. If I'm not talking and it kind of stands out a bit more because well, there isn't really anything else to listen to, perhaps it does feel repetitive. But it's on a 3-hour repeat. It's not like it's one tune. You know? It just strikes me as very difficult to... As I say, it's not that I don't want to, I just don't know how to, I think is more accurate. I mean, Lynetta, as you're being really a Netkisser, if you both are, as you're both around, I mean, obviously, Netkisser, you're busy doing cross stitch, so I understand. But if this is a bit if the music is a bit too foregroundy and maybe could do with being a bit lower, let me know and I can cut it back down a little bit. That because you know I've got those options. I don't know. I mean, I'm looking at the volume levels, and the volume level of the music is less than half my voice. So I'd like to think it's pretty low, but at the same time, I don't want it to be so low that your brain's going, do I hear music? I'm not sure I hear music. Is that music? I want it to be there, but I don't want it to be, you know, like I'm singing it kind of thing, right? I want it to be that if I talk... Thank you. I did spend quite a bit of time trying to pick a reasonable volume for it. I mean, I can listen to it. Hang on. I can go... See, I'm listening to that, and this particular track is a quiet one. But... I mean, there are a couple of tracks on this that maybe aren't as appropriate, well, that sound a little out of place. But they're all one soundtrack. It is a single soundtrack. So... And I know that the music does change, obviously, because it's got different tracks on it. But... Let me shut the guy up in my ear. Hang on. Hang on. See... One thing I've never understood is the OBS decibel meter thing. Seems to run from -60 to 0. Surely it should run from 0 up? Because you can't really have minus decibels now, can you? But, you know, I can see that my voice goes well into the decent range, whereas the music, even though this is kind of a bit weird music right now for lace making, for example, it is kind of in the background. It is hearable, but not... I mean, it could possibly do with being marginally quieter. But then when I shut up, it's about right. So my voice on top of that, because I am a loud person, does kind of drown it out. So there might be a couple of tracks where it's a bit more dubious, but I really do think that this should be reasonable. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't have to listen to it. You see, I don't hear it at all when I'm playing it. I'll turn my dude back on. So yeah, I wanted to give it due thought, and I wanted to ask some opinions, because obviously, you know, you guys listen to me. And to an extent, I don't have to like what I listen to, so that's always a thing. I mean, it helps, but at the same time, you know, picking some kind of innocuous music that won't rile up anybody. I mean, you know, no one's going to write, oh my god, this is my favourite. Thank you. You know, having music that isn't, you know, because if you pick, let's say 80s music, well, not everyone likes 80s music. So let's say you go for 90s music, well, not everybody likes 90s music. And, you know, I certainly don't want rap going on in the background. So, you know, it's... I mean, because it is the first kind of complaint, I did get a couple of feedbacks very early on when I had a different camera, that it was blurry, and, you know, I got a new camera because they weren't wrong. And I knew that it wasn't the most ideal, but, you know, despite having a very expensive camera, one of the things that I will say, I found very surprising. I own a Canon digital SLR and a GoPro. Now, if I record a video and play it, the GoPro will do 4K. Great. It doesn't when it comes to using it as a webcam, though. If you use it as a webcam, it's only 720. Well, that's a bit shit. And so hence, you know, I tried that. I tried my digital SLR. I bought a battery for it because it chewed through batteries like nobody else. I bought a few things for it, but it wouldn't autofocus. I had to manually do it. And if anyone's ever done photography, when you're working at quite a short distance, the getting it right moment is actually quite small. And so quite often, even though it looked reasonable on my tiny screen, it was not reasonable in the long run. So yeah, I bought this, and this camera does very well. And it wasn't hugely expensive. But I also had to buy a microphone, I had to buy my ring light, I had to buy the mount for the microphone. I've already had to spend quite a bit of money on setting up for this. And, you know, it is not that I'm here for the money, please understand that. Because if I was, well, I'd be wasting my life. But, you know, the amount of money that I've had from doing this so far is, I think it works out as about £50 since September last year. Well, the camera costs nearly 3 times that, so let's not think I'm doing it for the money, right? Because I'm clearly not. And as I said, I'm mainly doing it for my own records rather than to educate masses or expecting thousands of people to watch, right? Which is good, because one of the things that I've always struggled with are when you have YouTubers or whatever and they do the whole, oh, I'm burnt out and it's so much stress. Well, then you're doing it for the wrong reasons. You know, I can't not put out 3 videos a week, and so, well, then don't. Oh, but then I can't afford to live. Well, you should have got a job then. It always call me a bit of a old fart, but somehow being a YouTuber and a Twitch streamer doesn't feel like it should be a valid job path. It's a bit like acting. there are a lot of starving actors out there who... And this is the thing, there are so many variances, and camera A will do this well but not that well, and that well but not this well. This one does pretty well. The colour balance is pretty reasonable. I mean, it's not perfect, but it is pretty reasonable. I did notice with both the GoPro and my digital SLR, their webcam balance was horrendous. And, well, no offence, but my GoPro cost about 500 quid, and the digital SLR was nearer 1,000. So both of those you would have expected to do a reasonable job, but they didn't. So I really like this little camera. It's got a good zoom on it. I mean, it's not perfect. I would love it if it had a more square aperture than rectangular, and that obviously I could therefore pick which part of the picture it's looking at. Well, and this is the thing. I think because most of lace making is generally done with white thread, I can get away with a bit more of a murder than, say, for sake of the argument, cross stitch. Because the very fragile different shades of cross stitch, if they don't show up on your stream, you're wasting your life, right? And but like you say, is there are for an awful lot of streamers, the only thing they really use the camera for is to show their face while they're doing something else. And with that in mind, it doesn't have to be colour perfect at all. Now, I have chosen not to share with you my face. My face looks remarkably like my avatar. But it means that I can, I can have a look, you're on an invisible background. It's quite a small me in the corner. And if the dog decides to, if I pull a face or the dog does something, you don't have to witness it all. Adverts. Why do adverts always come when I'm trying to talk about something and never when I'm bored? No, I know. Sadly, not everybody does, and not everybody's a subber, so... And to be honest, do I expect people to sub to me? No, not really. Would I like you to? Of course I would. But I don't ask people of it because, well, I don't feel worthy of your money. But to be honest, that's the only reason I've had 50 quid is because there were, at one point, I think 7 people have subbed to me. So I've had, 7 lots of 3 quid already, and well, that was half the payment, I do wish that, part of me says that for running 3-minute ads every hour, no, and that's exactly what I did, to be honest. Because like you say, if you've got 3 channels or more that you enjoy watching, the cost of, spending, £5.50 or whatever it works out in your local currency, every month, basically 2 breaks even with turbo, 3 is too much, right? And we still get, and in case you didn't know, as a turbo viewer, I still get money per ads as if you watch them, but you don't have to watch them. So it works out like you're watching the ads from a streamer's point of view. So from that point of view, it kind of works out. That looks funny. No, just my imagination. But as you say, Netkiss, having turbo can be really good if you watch a few people on Twitch. Because by having turbo, you don't get the ads, but it's the equivalent of having a sub without directly subbing. Now, of course, you don't get any sub benefits, for which I don't have any sub benefits, by the way, because I haven't worked out what on earth to do. But there are no special emotes on my channel or anything like that, and so you don't get those gatekick kept by having a sub or not. Heck, I barely got anything you can spend your pins on, so in the long run, I'm sure I will have to come up with something. But right here, right now, doesn't feel the most urgent part of the deal. Spending my money on getting a decent mic so that you could hear me and a camera so you could see what I was doing was far more important. I mean, it's the whole reason we ended up with the brown craft paper patterns. Lace making historically is usually done on a blue piece of paper. But the problem is that the colour of blue that they usually do, it's usually green or blue, but the green on blue paper, the white didn't stand out very well. So I bought this craft paper stuff, which is the nastiest paper you've ever seen. It's pretty green, on the grounds of it is recycled. If you actually look at it, it's mottled and it's, it's almost like they didn't bother mulching it very well. But it is... Well, I do the same while I'm working. One in particular, the guy whose music I'm using, he streams for 12 hours a day, and I put him on almost like a radio DJ. He will be on my home computer, and possibly even the screen will be up, but I will be working on my work computer, but he will be on in the background. And sometimes he does some stuff which really puts me off. And more recently, he's stopped doing Wednesday and Thursday streams, which is slightly annoying for the working week. Because, well, now for, nearly half the working week, he's not streaming, which is, slightly irritating. But it does give me something to listen to. And even as a child, I was aware that, most people go, oh, I need a quiet environment to work. No, I don't. I actually need noise in my environment to work properly. If it's too quiet, because my brain is likely bored with what I'm doing, trying not to sound like a gloat, but my brain gets very easily bored, I find that I need a distraction in the background because otherwise my brain properly distracts itself and starts coming up with other things, and then I start working because I'm actually properly distracted. Whereas if I've got distracting things on, so the radio, audio books, that was the wrong hole. You know, or a streamer or something. Even if they're playing a game, or I'll have films on, I'll have TV on. I'm not really watching them. I mean, I am the most dull person in the world. I don't know whether it's my autism. I don't know whether I'm just strange. Probably a bit both. But oh dear. I must admit, half-finished things are often quite amusing when, as you say, it's the without the context. The wrong brain cells can leap and fill in a picture of their own and make their own jokes up. Now, as a dyslexic, I'm very good at that in my own right. I remember walking between two buildings on site, and there was a van, and I cannot remember what the van said, nor can I remember what my brain saw. But it was almost like, let me use another example, was when I was reading Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, in the book, it says Zaphod Beeblebrox is an exotic guy. That's not what I read. That's so not what I read. And of course, there's me howling with laughter. And it's kind of like, explain yourself, Kimber. Point. What's funny about it? But it's funny. No, it's not. Well, it was to my brain cells. They made their own jokes out of that, thanks. So I do very much understand that one. But there was this van that went through sight, and I don't know, let's say it was exotic fish tank, and of course that's not what I read. And I was all but sitting on the floor howling, and it was like, what's funny? Pointing at van now sailing off into the distance, and it's kind of like, it's a van, Liz, get over it. But my brain came up with funnies, you know. Like a lot of things, it's kind of you have to be there to kind of appreciate it. But of course, when your brain adds and makes its own joke about it, no one can share that, because the more you have to explain it, the less funny it is. Yeah. But yeah, I can imagine your poor frogs. Poor frogs. You're growing. No, I remember your picture. But at the same time, I can also imagine that half done with, you know, it's almost like the blurred out bit on a TV. It kind of, even if they weren't doing something but they blurred it out, now your brain says they are. You know, it's more because it's missing than they're actually looking like they're doing something. I mean, let's face it, if you now put bushes where the gaps are in the frogs, you know, it really would look like they're doing things in the bushes, you know. Yet we all know that that's not the original intention, you know. So, in terms of triangle and square fatigue, I have Where's it gone? Are you eating it, dog? Yes, you are. I bought some new thread. Now, let me explain. This is this thread for the triangle. This is the new thread. Now, what you might see is new thread is really shiny. It's not silver, although it looks kind of silvery. It is white. It's a bit more blue-white. That's the truth of it. So it looks silver next to the other one, which now looks cream in comparison. But it is supposed to be, although I'm not sure I believe them, silk. But it is silkier, if nothing else, right? So it is a shiny kind of thread. And I am contemplating, for my sins, practicing picots. Now, we all know that I don't like picots. In fact, I really distinctly do not like picots. So I will probably practice with some more of that pink stuff. Distaff. I.e. distaff. Just because, well, that's pink. And I am not a pink girl. Therefore, it is not a colour. It's like the snot green one that I will dig out. I might do it in snot green. Because, again, well, at snot green, it's not exactly going to be colour of choice now, is it? Why does this feel wrong? It's not. It just feels it. Yes, it is nearly 10 o'clock here, but the purpose of a later night stream was so that people in America who are more or less, you know, falling out their pits at this time would be able to come and say hello. So, but I thank you for your time, Netkisser. It has always been a pleasure to see you. I hope you have a good sleep. And that your frogs behave themselves. Found the pokey end. One thing that I would like to do is, should I ever get better internet, would be to also dual stream to YouTube. But my pitiful internet, that's right, just checking that I got that right. My pitiful internet does not allow, I mean, hell's teeth, it barely copes with this, so it would be nice though to dual stream to YouTube, because YouTube does tend to be where people go for crafting videos. So I think if I was to stream on YouTube, I'd see more people. Not necessarily in general, but there would be additional people who would love to come and see it. So God forbid they ever upgrade the internet around here. Don't get me wrong, I'll be on it anyway, because I ideally would love faster internet. But I did find out during the week, or last weekend, I forget which now, compared to my neighbours, mine's zoomy fast. They get half what I get. Well, actually, it's less than half of what I get. So, they couldn't do this. And it's ridiculous. I have given them some hints on how to improve what they've got, because some of it is down to their Wi-Fi. But even I get better than that over Wi-Fi. I must check on them and see if they did anything about it. Bought the things I suggested, because I use a thing called TP-Link, which are Ethernet over Powerline, which works really well here in the UK, as a general rule. So I've got those around the house. So this computer is actually on a wired network. And it's capable of some decent speed. The Wi-Fi is actually not that bad. My Wi-Fi isn't that bad. But on that note, I need desperately a more drink. I will throw some ads because you're not going to be missing anything. And I shall be right back with some Coke. So let me hit run some ads. And be right back. Don't worry about the timer. The timer will be wrong. Turn that off. So let's put you. Better. So yes, back to my excursion. I am planning to do some more Bucks Point bookmarks, maybe even a beds bookmark, but that involves a lot of tallies, and well, if you've got picos and tallies on it, that could be pushing my level of wanting at this point. But if I can do better at picos, it's not that I want to do picos, but like with everything, because picos are a part of lace making, I feel I should be able to do them justice should the need require. And at this time, my picos are not up to par. Now, I've seen a couple of different videos because, like everything, there is a level of... There is not one necessarily way to do anything. Now, sometimes the how varies with the style of lace, but it also can just vary with, so for example, one lady always tells you that if you have a gimp thread, you must lift the right one and not the left one to go over it. Another one will say lift the left one and not the right one. And you're kind of going, so there isn't even a standard. Now, what I will say is that if you treat it with a bit of logic, I know this one, there we go. If you treat it with some logic and work on the simple grasp of you're adding a thread, it's going to be paired up with a bobbin from either side. So if you were going to go under, over, but there's a gimp thread, it's either going to go with that one or with that one. You can't change that. So in some respects, I find, personally, that if you've got a gimp thread, you decide which side you want to be the solid side. So, for example, like the heart, you might pick that the inside of the heart gets preference. So if you've gone under this one, you'd go over the gimp thread and over this one, so that from the inside, the heart has more shape. Or you might decide that you want it the other way around, and the outside's more important, in which case you go with the outside, right? But again, like all lace making, the most key part is consistency. It actually doesn't matter which you do. It's like crochet. In crochet, you can wrap your yarn both ways around the hook. Just always do it the same way. Don't change your mind halfway through your pattern, because it will show. So yes. So yes, I'm thinking of doing some more picos. And I'm not quite sure the best way to go about it. I might just make some really dull bookmarks, and I mean dull bookmarks. I'm talking just ground stitch bookmarks with picot edges. For the purpose, after all, is the picots, not the inside. Saved myself trying to do gimp threads and prettiness on the middle. It's right, my foot's gone to sleep. But again, I still have to print them out, prick them, It's not that I'm against doing that, for I do want to do it. That's right, I nearly threw something on the floor then, my mistake. Let's put that there. So I just want to press some of these down a bit. Some of these cloth stitch bits are a bit high. So stick for you. These definitely could do with a tapered end to help go underneath the pears. You're too long. So see, you two are just falling apart because you're annoying. Right, now you get to stay over there because we don't need you yet. Let's check 1, 2, 3, 4. That's right. You're a bit long. Pin's not quite right because there shouldn't be. Definitely something wrong with that pin actually. If you look, if I unhook that pin, the preceding 2 pins are also not in use. Something's not quite right there. And we can fix that and pick that one. Okay, that is the right one I'm picking. And quickly fix this. So, it's not that I don't think they weren't originally right. It's just that they've come undone because the pin heads aren't that big. and the tension wasn't sufficient on them to stay round the pins. So let's fix this while we notice before we forget. See, that's not quite right, Summer. You're getting longer again. Just to be annoying, stop it. Just stop coming undone. As I say, some of these bobbins, for no obvious reason, they have the same knots, the same thing as everybody else, but sometimes they just constantly come undone. And all you seem to do is spend your life tightening them up again. Right, let's turn this for slightly better visibility. You go in there like that. Actually, before we do this, check you've had 2 twists. You have, good. That was a bit much. See, you've just come undone again. Which is why I sometimes do the double wrap, but then of course that means I can't undo them later. Put this back on here. There we go. I really need my left hip to pop. It's not going to. Give me a pin. Thank you. Just quickly checking something. Bear with me. just checking something. So that's 3 of those. We need to twist you. Hey, Mus Bandit, how are you? I'm all right, thank you. I'm just kind of, I have been procrastinating a lot the last couple of days, and I finished my Flanders square. Here is my Flanders square. Now, if I balance it on the end of my finger in the middle, you will notice that there is one thing about it that is very unlace-like. It doesn't bend. I mean, if I put my finger there, you can see it's really stiff. It was a lot of work. I mean, if I hold it by a corner, it barely flops, right? If I do that, it doesn't flop at all. It was a lot of work. It took as many bobbins as this square for quarter of the size. And I didn't like the way the cloth stitch works. So in the cloth stitch, like here, where this pair actually it was done this way. So if this pair, there's 2 pairs there coming in. Well, the worker thread that came across to meet them goes through them and then just dangles, so you can't pull on it for tension. And then those that come in, the top one dangles, the bottom one becomes a worker thread. So it's constantly really complicated to get a decent tension on the cloth stitch. And to be honest, it doesn't help. It doesn't make it any better for it. In Buck's Point, you often have a pair that go out, mix with an outside pair and come back in. I would much rather have something like that than this. And the best analogy I've come up to explain with for non-lace people is this is like doing your weekly shop, but instead of being able to put all your stuff in a bag, you have to bring in every item from your car individually. There's nothing wrong with it. It's perfectly good. It's quite sturdy. It really is. But it was a lot of effort for not really any gain. And for the sake of a couple of carrier bags, like your weekly shopping, it would be so much easier with a couple of bags. And it kind of, I won't say it's put me off, but it does mean that I would have to be really in the mood to do another project in Flanders. And I would have to feel the need for it to be a valid option. Now, for all the things that I go on to design and make for my own edification, don't think Flanders is going to be it. Now, Flanders is really good for making pictures in. But as I'm not intending to make pictures, I can't see that being a me thing. I think it would be good for hard wearing things that need more hard wearing. So maybe a shawl at a push, but a tablecloth, placemats, because obviously the ground stitch everywhere is 4 pairs of bobbins, not 2. It's automatically a lot stronger. It's it's less flexible. It's more absorbing. It's more sturdy, and sturdy can be a good thing. But lace you associate with delicate. It's not delicate. It's much more. Almost feels like it's made out of wire. I mean, it's the same kind of thread as this, this is the pink thread that I used. It's the same width and same stuff as this, but this is really, really too solid to me. Also, it's quite heavy because obviously it's quite dense. I don't think I'd want to make a neck curtain out of it, for example. A, because of the 80 zillion bobbins in it, but also just, I think, the weight of it. It's almost when you hear of the lead-weighted curtains, but they're not lead curtains. They're almost like sprayed with a lead kind of coating to make them heavy at the bottom. It's almost got that sense to it. It's like there's a hidden, it's made out of thin wire. It's really quite weird. It is very heavy. So I'm not impressed with it. I mean, I don't hate it. Don't hate it like I hate picots or tallies. I don't actually hate the output. It was just far more effort for not a lot of gain. And let's face it, it's also really slow because while it's not the same, each ground stitch pin is almost a rose ground. Now, it's worse than that because the ground stitch that the book wanted, i.e. this one, is half stitch, cloth stitch and twist, cloth stitch and twist, pin, half stitch, cloth stitch and twist, cloth stitch with a twist on the other side. So it's worse than a rose ground for every pinhole. Now, there are variants on the ground, and this was not my favourite, but this is the one they said to do. And I do have a habit when trying to learn something especially, it's like making a cake. The first time you make the cake, follow the recipe. Once you've made the cake and you go, this was alright, but I'd have liked it if it had a bit more this in it, or it was this flavoured, or it was that, or it was, maybe it could do with a bit more this in it, right? You start wandering from the path a little bit to test the water. So, I will not be revisiting it in a hurry, that's for sure. I will probably, it just... But I am glad I did it. For I understand more of it. I know what it is. I know what I think of the bits. I know what options there are. I have a big book of options on it. I just can't see me being happy with twice as many bobbins as is necessary kind of thing. For no real gain. I just don't feel the burning need. But I am going to practice more picots. I am determined to do more picots because picots do crop up a lot more. Flanders, of course, is completely optional. And while I suck at doing picots, and I also hate picots, I feel I ought to be able to do them at least tolerably well, should they be an essential part of the pattern. And normally they're on the edge, and I will just ignore them if they're on the edge. But I want to be able to do them so that should I decide I want them, that they are available to me. I just can't see it being a thing, but just because I don't like them doesn't mean that somebody else won't and that they aren't appropriate for some things. So I am determined to improve my Pico, and with that in mind I will be doing a bookmarky type thing with Picos, just to practice the Picos, because, well, it's the only way they'll get better. I'll then have to, of course, find someone to give it to, because I won't want it, but... Now, you feel a bit short. You're easy to extend. Try and poke you up there a little bit. Poke you round the corner. Poke you round the corner. Grab you. So how are you, Mouse Bandit? What have you been up to? I must admit, I've been playing far too much Path of Exile recently. And I blame Silver of Dragon, because I've also dug out my Hogwarts Legacy again. Because when I played it, when it came out, I completed the story and stopped. As you do, right? This time round, I wanted to get so far into it, and then almost ignore the story, and actually investigate the map and just mooch around the map. No, I don't want to do you. So this time round I have got to the broom and unlocking lock level 1. I'm going to get the next the lock level, and then I shall go around the map, and because the Hogwarts Legacy map is huge, but as part of the story there are great chunks of it you go nowhere near. To complete the story, you literally have, I don't know, probably only about a third of the map in use. And so this time round, I want to go investigating a lot more of it, and you know, go look-see, to be honest. Because, well, I know what happens in the story. I know how to complete the game. Now I want to try, you know, being a bit more investigative, seeing what other options and hidden options there might be in it. So that's a plan, you know. But Path of Exile 1 is doing a new league at the moment, so I've been playing a bit of that. And I'm still trying to complete Path of Exile 2. I am not particularly good at gaming in general, so I am not... I struggle to complete games, so Path of Exile is a big challenge for me. But that's not a bad thing. I mean, I get my money's worth out of the hours, for sure. Which, you know, so from that point of view, it's really good. But one of the things I am concerned about with Path of Exile 2 is if I play it too much, by the time they get around to actually releasing the game, I'll have done it. Now, I know it sounds conceited, but... you know, if you've primarily finished the game and it's not even out yet, well, what do you really do once the game is out? I mean, yes, you can replay it and there's lots of classes and other options you can pick, but in principle, you've already done it. So I'm trying not to, which is why I'm doing the Path of Exile 1 League, because, well, it distracts me away from Path of Exile 2, to be honest. Although I do like Path of Exile 2. There are things I like about Path of Exile 2, and there's things I like about Path of Exile 1. But one of the... Obviously, Path of Exile 1 is kind of like 12 years old or something. So, of course, it's got 12 years worth of additions and changes, and whereas Path of Exile 2's early access... They're probably not even going to release till next year, so it's got quite a long way to go. I mean, half the classes aren't there, half the ascendancies aren't there, most of the, you know, more than half the weapons aren't there. So a lot of the options that you need that would go with the weapons aren't there. So there are an awful lot that you haven't seen yet. But if you've already completed the game, yes, you can go back and you know, play with the new class or play with a different weapon or insert whatever, but you will have already done it. It's not quite the same as your first time, if you know what I mean. So I'm trying not to fall into that camp, but it's quite kind of addictive for me because I suck at it. I mean, there are people out there who can get to where I am. Oh, bear in mind, I've been playing since day one in a few hours. Well, clearly I haven't. I dread to think how many hours I've played, but at the same time, I'm still not even... Am I in Act 3 yet? I think I might be in Act 3. But don't hold me to that. There's 4, 5 and 6, which are repeats of 1, 2 and 3, to be fair. Because 4, 5 and 6 haven't been made, and there might even be more than that, because Path of Exile 1's got 10. So, but I already know how to get through 1. 2 was a bit hit and miss. 2 I got through mainly on luck, to be honest. And I've now hit the brick wall, although I'm not at the end of Act 3. I've met a boss that just hands my butt to me. And I really mean it, hands my butt to me. Kind of like 2 hits and I'm dead, and it's like, well, what am I supposed to do about that? I mean, I'm not even really sure what they do to me that kills me quite so quick. But here I am, dead again, you know. Don't know why I got these out the pin pot. I'm supposed to be using the ones from back there. Anyway. Whatever. Stop going to the pin bugs. You are too long. If you like survival games, depending on your point of view, obviously, Mars Bandit, no, I'm not a huge survival game kind of person. I find collecting the recipes to get things really frustrating on occasion. But there's a Dwarves of Moria or something. Hang on, what's it called? Hang on, it is called. Of course, you're updating Steam. It is called The Lord of Rings Return to Moria. And basically, you are a dwarf. You have to rebuild Moria. And you're underground doing dwarven things, and that's quite. I've actually find that one quite interesting, as a survival game. If you're interested. I understand that problem. Money does not rain from trees, therefore we have to be somewhat more practical in our spending. It's like, for example, I bought these elastic bands that are around the ones with the beads on, and I've got now a little box of tiny elastic bands. Now, I had tiny elastic bands, or so I thought, before. These were these ones, she says, trying to open the bag. Hang on. Now, these ones I have been using, and these are not exactly big, as you will agree. However, I made careful calculations that to go round here, but of course to go around the top of these bobbins, they had to go around twice and they became bulky. So I got these, she says, opening them up a bit better. These are even smaller. Now, they're not the small list, but clearly these are quite tiny. These are orthodontic elastics that go on braces. And these are 3/16, so in terms of millimeters, these bobbins are 8 millimeters wide. These are 6, so these go beautifully in the little grooves. And I've got some coloured ones. But this packet of them, I mean, it didn't come in this box. This is a pin box, but the packets I got, there were, I think it was 5 packets in a packet kind of thing. So there's a couple of hundred there. Coloured ones. I've ordered a set of white ones because they're £3.29. So, you know, I thought I could have the white ones so that the coloured ones could be used for more highlighted bobbins. So, you know, if you've got gimp threads, if you've got, you know, you can easily pick them out. Because much as I've got 12 of these ones with beads on, that's not always a practical answer. You don't necessarily want beads on a big pile of them. It works really well in this environment because I can easily spot my worker pair. But in a thing where you've got, you know, you might want to denote which pairs have got longer threads on, or which pairs have, you know, which pairs you've done something with. You can put I can put coloured elastics on them and almost like colour code the bottom or something. So I was quite, you know, I'm quite pleased with those. And for that kind of money, you know, I can afford £3.29. You know, both sets will have cut between them will cost me less than one cost of coffee. So, you know, I can't really complain about that. Not that I drink Costa coffees, but I don't drink coffee. But principles and all those kind of things. I can afford a couple of quid on something that will make it will stop some of this slipping, because some of these bobbins are really good at slipping, and there's no rhyme or reason to it, they just do. And so I can put the elastics on them. So yeah. One thing that my new employer does. Now, I find myself sitting on the fence I am not against it. Absolutely not against it. But I also don't appreciate necessarily being told that it's mandatory as part of my role. And that is that my new employer very much encourages people to do, well, it's mandatory, encourages people to do good deeds, for want of a better word. Now, the good deeds can be all sorts of things. So one of the ones that I noticed last week as I was mooching through the options was write a letter to a cancer patient. We're not necessarily stalking, flying out to Iran and helping in the war efforts or anything, like, spectacular like that. But we are talking, send nappies to California. We are talking, those kind of things. So it is, some of them are physically turn up and do things options, but there are quite a few things that you can do from the comfort of your own home. Now, when I say it's mandatory, part of your bonus depends on it. But you can only do things which are in the approved list. Now, obviously, being in the approved list is not necessarily a bad thing. So I'm just trying to work out why this looks so wonky, and the answer is because you got round that pin. There we go. But because part of your bonus depends on it, it does feel like you are... What if you don't agree with any of the options provided? So, for example, one is write a letter to your MP. Well, what if I disagree with the local people in politics and do not, know that anything I ever had to say to them they wouldn't care for? I'm just uncomfortable at being told your bonus is not dependent on how well the company does or how well you do as an individual. Part of your bonus is dependent on what you do for somebody else. Now, I'm not against doing the things for somebody else. It just seems weird to me, and I can't kind of express it very well, that this is a mandatory part of my employment. For it is not contracted in your letter of thing, but 3, 4, 5, 6, it kind of is. So, with all that in mind, I have to do a number of hours every quarter to qualify for my full bonus. Hence, I've been looking at what options there were. And well, there are a number of options, so don't get me wrong, there are a number of choices. But what I mean is, for sake of the argument, what if none of those options are ones you agree with? For, let's face it, no matter how many voluntary, because technically these things are voluntary, although it's kind of mandatory, if you want your whole bonus, you have to do it, so it's kind of mandatory. It makes me feel like I'm put in an awkward situation that I have to find. It's almost like being bedridden and trying to find the least shit thing on the TV, right? Is you kind of have to go through the list of things that you can do to try and find the ones that maybe you disagree with the least, or because obviously it just kind of as I say, it just kind of feels awkward. And it's not that I don't disagree with encouraging employees to do good things. Now, obviously, to an extent, now I will point out, you are not forced to do them in your own time. You can do them in your own time, but you are also allowed to use work time to do them. And I think in that respect, that you're allowed to have up to 12 days a year you spend on doing this. So they do very much strongly encourage you to do them, but they at least will give you paid time to do it. Now, that being said, some of the things that you can do are really weird. I know I've applied for this one because you have to kind of be accepted to volunteer for it for some reason, but anyway, spot clouds on Mars. They will show you pictures and you have to say how many clouds there are. Now, I can do that for a couple of hours, I'm sure, and, you know, knock off knock off some time off my required voluntary shit for my bonus effort, right? But it doesn't feel like the best use of time. And one of the things that I am concerned about, and it's not really my job to be concerned about, I guess, but being me, I am left puzzled because, bearing in mind, we still work for my old employer, but my old employer is now the client rather than my employer. So, we've worked out that new company allow you up to 12 days, so that's 1 day a month. Well, they've got 5 techies, so that's 1 working week a month of not getting actual work out of our company. On top of that, we all then, we've all qualified for 30 days off. Well, 30 days off is what, 2.5 days? No, it's less than that. 2.25 days a month times 5. Well, basically, 1 dude a month is not working out of 5 of us. It boils down to. If you're paying for 5 dudes, but you're effectively getting the effort of 4, if you as a homeowner paid some dudes to come and work on your kitchen or, refit your kitchen or something, and you've paid for 5 dudes, but only 4 are ever there, it's not feeling like you're getting your money, right? Oh, look. Spammer twat. Let me deal with spammer twat. Report spammer twat. Hang on, I need my keyboard. Oh. There used to be a way of editing. Here we go. There's a way of editing. There is somewhere. There we go. Block terms and things. That's what I want to add to. There we go. I want to add that. There we go. Right. Clear that. Okay. Right. Sorry about that. In the interest of keeping our channel spam free, I have a number of words and phrases that they tend to use. And they had a variation on a theme I had not allowed for. So I have now added their variation to the collection. But yeah, it's, as I say, it's not that I'm against doing volunteer work. But I just feel kind of weird that something job related is mandated by it. I'm not quite sure how I feel about that. So hence, you know, if counting clouds on Mars helps, fine, I'll count clouds on Mars. But really? I mean, normally when companies do these things, they do things like clean gardens of old age pension homes, but those places earn a lot of money and could have probably afford a cheap gardener to do it. So, you know, hence there are things that I'm not sure I would feel entirely comfortable with, because it's a bit like the UK energy suppliers. Oh, we only made like £230 billion this year. We're feeling poor. Well, if you made 230 billion in profit, why is it you feel so desperately needy to put the prices up and whine that you can't afford to repair things when you've made a profit of 230? It's not profit. You need to spend it on keeping your end of the deal up, you know? I disagree with kind of politics, for example, coming into the workplace. That's, you know, having political views in a workplace is usually a dangerous thing to have. And so I feel that writing to your MP about something is dangerously on the edge there, because I don't believe you actually get to pick the subject to which you write about. I think they want you to basically fill in a form saying, I agree with, and here comes, you know, here is a pre-made letter that you've put your name on. Well, I don't like that. So I'm not particularly keen on doing that one. It might depend on what it is, but, you know, if they're saying that, you know, there should be more animal sanctuaries, and yeah, I'll be up for that, but doubt it. Because the world's not usually that good. 2, 4, 5, 6, and you've just come undone. So you're feeling short, but you're not short, but you are short at the same time. Because you're short, because of course you're at the pointy end of the triangle. Now, I've got loads of extra pins back here because I didn't do it right. So let's take these back. Take these out. Hang on, is that my front door? No. That was a bit weird. A door went. How's the dog going out in the garden? door must have bounced hard enough. It's the back door. That's alright then. You worried me then, Mutz. I really thought that was the front door. That would have been a bit of a worry. But it is part of the reason I've got sound effects on the doors and the back gate and stuff, is in case people do open it when they shouldn't. There you go. Yeah, there's a bit of a odd tension, bad thing going on back there. Something didn't happen right. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what I did wrong, but I definitely did it wrong. So, not going back to fix it. General rule of thumb, once the pin's out, it's too late. But let me grab my pointy stick and zoom in, and you can see the mistake at the moment. So zoom in, head left, head up a bit. You will see here, all that's actually happened is these 2 threads have come down the side and only 2 crossed in the middle, rather than all 4 crossing the middle. So somehow screwed that up. There's also something hideously wrong here, actually. It just says noticing. What the hell happened here? Let's have a quick look. Turn out. Yeah, something hideously went wrong here. This one hasn't even got a link. But as I said, I am not undoing all of this to go back just to fix that. But that is quite a horrendous annoyance. But I don't know quite how I did that, but somehow I did. So yeah, this is an almighty faux pas somehow. Not quite sure what went wrong, because as you can see, there should be a bar going across, and there isn't. So that's pretty much a foobar of monumental portions. No. So living. Now, I've got 3 pairs and nowhere really to put them. So, let me try and squash 1 pair in here. Like that. And the other 2 in here. It's going to be a bit crowded, but right. You can go around the side here too. So, you're just coming undone. Grab you out of there. You're supposed to be around this pin. Make sure I'm grabbing the right pin. Okay. You need shortening a little bit. Right. So, 1, 2, 4. Now, this feels like there's a missing pair. It's because there is. You, I believe. No? Oh, for goodness sake! Stop coming undone! This is why the elastic bands would be a good thing. Go around the end. Oh, now my thread snapped. Well, piss. That's really not what I needed. Actually, I think the knot came undone. I don't think it was that. I think it was the knot. Where's the pokey stick? Yeah, the knot came undone. So, now, this is awkward. That is far too short for me to really do anything with. So let me tie a knot edge to hang it on a pin that I can pretend that this was, you know, where it's supposed to be. No, stop mating round pins that I didn't ask you to do. So you. For goodness sake. Right, you two. This pin needs to come out. You need to go through these two like that, which is why there weren't enough bobbins, and you go through and go back in the hole. Like that. Oh, and now my foot's going to sleep again. Oh, oh, eek. So, you're also just coming undone because you can. And I don't want you to slip down. I need you there. Thank you. Right, so now I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pairs there, which is what I expected, which is good. Now, although I've just put time and effort getting you in, now you come out again. And you've just come undone again. Now, I need to make sure I pushed down all of these edgy ones over here. There we go. Now I can pull the pins out there. Oh, my left hip just went pop. Oh, thank God for that. Jesus, I've been waiting for that all evening. And it feels so much better already. I mean, it's still not right, but it feels so much better already. So tomorrow I will probably spend some time when the elastic, well, or whenever, I think it's Monday actually, when the little new elastic bands, the white plain ones, arrive, I will probably put quite a few. I will probably actually change most of them over to elastic bands because it does seem to work really well. And my sanity would appreciate that. poke that down a bit. I'm not quite sure why these are raising up, because they shouldn't be. Because I'm always at... I mean, normally you get a raise in the... how do I explain it? Normally they lift up the pins when either the pins are facing inwards and you pull on them, or when you lift your bobbins up and work on them, because that lifts them up at the other end. But when you're doing this and walking across the mat, it shouldn't raise up the height of the bobbins, so they shouldn't walk up the pins, but for some reason they are. So let's take you for... Now, you're a bit short, so 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 pairs need to go in here. And another one to make you full. There you go. Two, 3, 4, 5. It's Saturday! Hello, Nautical. I have made faux pas, Nautical. Let me do this pin, and I will show you the faux pas of moment. No school tomorrow, therefore we can be up late today. Let me slide these round a bit. So I can slide these round a bit. So I can slide these round a bit, because this one's a bit full. And release these. And let me show you, if you can't already see it, the faux pas of hugeness. Well, technically there's 2 faux pas. One's smaller, and I'm sure, I'm sure you'll forgive people for missing this one. The second one is, how the fuck did you manage that level of faux pas? So let me zoom in and go across and up. Whoop, that's not up. I always get them the wrong way around. So you can possibly see them already. Here is the more minor faux pas. So instead of all 4 threads making a cross in the middle, 2 went straight down and only 2 crossed the middle. It probably won't really show. This one, however, there should be a bar that continues across the bottom here, because this line continues. This bottom line should continue, and somehow I completely missed it. Arse. Yeah. See, if we hadn't been taking the pins out, we wouldn't have seen that until the very, 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 very end. Now, I am not prepared to go back that far to fix it, because I would have to take out this whole middle square and this whole bit to the left, and obviously, you know, let's do this. So I'd have to take out all of this bit, so that, because these threads go down into here, and this cloth bit, and then back into here, and it's like, no, not doing that. Not basically, yeah, basically that's kind of it is almost the just rip it off and start again kind of deal. I'm trying not to. I'm gonna let it be, but I am distinctly unimpressed with it, that's for sure. Very unhappy. But it is one of those, how the hell did I manage that? I mean, as you know from your many hours of watching this stuff is quite methodical. You work through things. It's not, you know, I can't just skip. Now, what I assume is I managed to... But it would need to feed in to the thing. And I did end up with the wrong number of bobbins. So how in the name of... did I manage it? I don't get it. It's almost logically impossible, so not quite sure what I did there, but somehow I did it. Which is kind of surprising, but you know. See, this isn't right either. Hang on. Something's not right here. That's because you need to go over here too. It's better. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's better. And then we get you in from the side. Maybe. Not easily, but maybe. I've just had I've just had a knot fail. Which is looking like a mistake, but it's kind of not. Back here. So that's the end of it. But there's a bit now which doesn't quite look right because, well, the thread broke. But the thread didn't break. It was one of those crappy bunny ear join things. I did, however... So, as you're on, Naughty Kelp, let me demonstrate. Fuck's sake, I need 500 tables in this house for putting things on. So I grab 2 of these bobbins and a dark cloth so that you can see what the fuck I'm doing. Because, well, that's a thing. Right. If I make this a bit longer, and this a bit longer, and this one's not actually attached properly. Hang on, I need to do my half hitch on this one. Which is hard, easier said than done. Right. As we know, bunny ears was a pain in the arse piece of crap that we hated doing. So bunny ears was, this thread goes on that one. And I then make this one a bit shorter so that it can go round this one and over that one. And then I've got to try and poke this through here. Bear in mind I got better at doing this, so, you know. And then try and find the other end that is kind of disappearing at this point. No, screwed that up. But just for everyone else, you know, this is the bunny ears method. Well, no, I wanted to show you because obviously neither are absolutely easy. So this was the bunny ears one, and you then, so you have like the original ear. Then I've got to take this ear through this hole here, like that. Grab his ears, and then try and faff. And if I get it right, it stays. If I don't, it pulls out, right? Other weaver lady that we came across does across so that the end is under this one. She makes a loop with this that matters not, that you poke up through here, and then have to get this end through the loop, which is still not as easy as it could be. But you then pull on the ends, and it does actually stay. So from that point of view, much easier. Because as you make the second loop, you can actually kind of hook it over the sticky up end of the other one, and then just try and grab it and pull, and it kind of works, right? So this is why I asked you, because it's that, it may not be the best knot in the history of knots, but it is far more practical to do with tiny ass stupid threads of twistiness. Yeah, it is much more practical, shall we call it. Now, is it ideal? Probably not. Is there a better way? Maybe. But the fact that you make this one cross underneath, and obviously, you know, it has its tail pointing upwards, but you can kind of make a loop out of that. Any sized loop with this one, so it doesn't have to be a good loop, but as long as you've gone through this one, which twists, as this is why thread is such a shit to do it with, because threads twist, but you can place it over the end. So already, all you now have to do is that, and it's not moving. So it is a billion times easier than frigging Mr. patronising ass beard-faced bunny ears. So from that point of view, very happy with Weavy Lady's knot, and when trimmed, it's still really stable. So from that point of view, happy. This is a practical answer. So from that, as you can see, her one works, his one usually doesn't. Well, it can, but it's almost like, you know, flip a coin as to whether it's going to work. And as proved here, Bunny Ears was working. I gave it a little tug and it fell apart. We do not need this in our lives, which is why glue is a thing. So I'm feeling kind of pleased because her video is much more do this, put this here. Well, and this is the thing, as long as everything ends up in the right place, I don't care how it's achieved, but as you possibly have noticed, with the tiny little twisty thready bits, right, they are not easy to tie knots with, because you can make a loop and then it will go twiddly, twiddly, tinkly, tinkly, and you now don't have a loop to work with because it's screwed itself in a knot. And so having something that is really quite practical to just place it, You know, basically make a kind of a backwards E shape with this hand, make a loop and place it over the end and then pull. That is quite simple, but it also seems to work 100% of the time, unlike Mr. Bunny Ears, whose occasionally doesn't work. And then there was Slipknot Useless Woman, who openly admitted that hers does not work, but I also can't understand how anyone would ever make a Slipknot like that. Let me use this. Hang on. I know it's a very poor thing to use your charging cords, but what she did to make a Slipknot... Hang on, let me get rid of the plastic one, because it doesn't bend as well. But what she did was she wrapped it round her finger like 3 times, and then she takes that one over the middle one, over the end one like this, which is a bit hard when you've got this, and then and lets go, and now you've got like a slip knot, and you're like, bitch, there is so much easier a way to make a slip knot than that. And then she put other cable through here like this and said, now tighten this to the point that this one pops through, so it kind of comes through, she says, trying to force her cables to do it, like this, and now it will hold. And then she said, well, of course it won't if you do this, because of course it will automatically slide up and down it. Well, then it will come off then, won't it, love? That's not a weaver's knot. That's a shitty knot. That's not a helpful knot for a weaver. No right-minded weaver's going to use that as a knot. Not more than once, anyway. and so, but to have on a bigger scale, let's use this one as my left one, right? So to have as a scale, my two threads. With this one, you have to make a backwards, a fish, but obviously with the tail going up. This one, you just make a loop, hook it over here and pull, and that's it. It's done. And I think that's the thing, but the problem is Mr. Bunny Ears is also really just overcomplicated. But like I've just shown with this, if you've made your loop so that the tail's behind, and you loop this over the top and under, it instantly is right. Well, hello, right? There is none of this, it might if you pull it right. It just will be right. So I'm really pleased with that one. I'm glad I found that one. That one is my new saviour of the world. Works. Charging cords, not my own. So if they break, whatevs. Right? But it is... I'm so glad to have found one that is so much more practical to do and so much more reliably achieved, because that is the thing. Not necessarily, because it's hard to get the knot in the exact right place that you want, but I can do something, and I'm sure a small dab of glue will go into it, and I'll do something with it, is the short answer, in the long run. But I am so glad to have finally found a method of joining my bobbins together that doesn't fail like 80% of the time, because you haven't done that. And on that note, you know how much I love picots. You know I hate picots with every atom of my soul. Let me get a big pin. Right, here is a big pin. And I'm going to use... Where's my phone cable's gone again? Let's use my phone cables as an example. So, let's pretend that this comes from the top. When doing a picot, you're supposed to twist them a load, right? And then wrap this round the pin. And they show you, bear in mind the bobbin's on this end, so they show you wrapping it round from underneath, wrapping it round like this, right? They then say, put it in the pinhole like this, which would end up with this, but that's, I know you can't really see, but I can't really let go of my fingers either, right? So this doesn't really work. What I caught them doing is they say wrap it all the way round, so it comes down. Fuck off. They say it comes down, and you know the thing comes out, and that you should wrap it round like this. But then, as they're turning the pin, they don't just turn the pin and pop it in so that it's like this. No, no, no. They actually do something where they drop part of the twist they put on. And you're going, oh, you didn't mention that. But if you look really carefully, I could dig it out for you. You'll see that she goes to put the pin in, realises that that's not what she wants, and kind of nink over the pin so that part of it disappears. And you're like, so why did you make us wrap it if you're not going to use all of the wrap, right? And you wonder why I hate Picos. Because much like Mr. Bunny Ears, the explanation of it is a pile of piss. And it really doesn't help. But I am going to do more on Picos to learn to Pico so that I can Pico. I just don't. It's a bit like doing logarithmic tables at school. You don't ever use them later. You don't need them. But it is good efforts to be able to do one should the need arise. And here we are all these years later and no one uses them. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, but I am really pleased that I have now got a bobbin joining method that seems to be stable and good and reliable and practical and repeatable and all the things that you need when tying 50 billion bobbins together. Because that actually is what takes an awful lot of the time, is when you've got, you know, a big tin of bobbins like this and you want to join them all together, you want to knot where they actually end up joined together and not where it's going to fall apart or doesn't make it, you know, 9 times out of 10. And it takes you, you know, half an hour sometimes to get one pair of bobbins to join together. This is not funny. Life does not need this. You know, so I am really pleased on that, and I knew you'd be pleased for me. So I am pleased with myself. I was trying it this afternoon with a couple of the pink ones, and I was very happy with that. So I am pleased with that. I just now need to find a way of doing Picos that doesn't suck donkey balls. But again, I do have a video of a different way of achieving a Pico. See, I knew you would be, because we're those kind of people. Is that you know the struggle I had, because, well, Mr. Bunny Ears was, frankly, a challenge. If nothing else, just because his constant references of bunnies. I mean, the bunny ears bit at the beginning was perfectly fine. Make it so there's like a pair of bunny ears. Great. But that was the last time you needed to mention the rabbits. The rest just sounded like you'd had too many beers at a barbecue, you know? I mean, it was like weird Uncle Fred explaining it to a 5-year-old after 10 beers at a barbecue. It was distracting. And the fact that it didn't always work really didn't help. You obviously have to tug just so and have a certain bit of it flip. But because he doesn't mention any of that bit, you can't tell whether it's going to work until you pull on it and it falls apart and you go, bollocks, and start again. So I'm pleased with new method because it is seemingly absolutely 100% reliable and sturdy and secure come the end of it. Now, there's possibly better knots, but it's quick to do, or at least reasonably quick to do. It's reasonably simple, and it is something that I can see weavers doing, because when you're on the loom and you're joining in an end, you've got a thread coming from one end, you've got the old thread from the other end, you've got a thread that you need to insert in the middle, and what you inevitably do is to a large extent, you often don't tie knots at all. You put in a pin and then do a figure of 8 round the pin as an end, put it under tension, and kind of half-assedly join it to the other end of the previous thread so that it gets dragged up. And then once that one's nearer, you undo the knot, then wind that round a pin so it's now under tension, and continue it on. So from that point of view, weavers don't tend to use knots. It's a bit like lace makers arguably don't tend to use knots. I am technically being lazy by knotting my part-used bobbins to not waste the thread. I also finished my Flanders square look. But this thing is really solid. If I put my thumb in just the right place, look, it probably can. I've just not tried it yet. I think that is the more accurate part, is that I would need to try something out, because of course it is such a small scale, and I think that is part of the problem with lace making. Is it's not the principle of bridging it, yes. Practicality at this size makes it a lot harder because there isn't really room to work. But I'm sure something can happen. I'm not, it's not beyond the wit of man. It's just not something I have tried yet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's right, I just wanted to check I'd not screwed up. That's a good thing. And I think it was Jamie who suggested, said that when I said elastic band, she thought orthodontic ones. Look how great they fit. Yeah, I mean, once it's off the pillow, it's possibly a lot easier to fix than it is when it's on the pillow, is probably the easier answer to that. Just because when it's on the pillow, you can't really manipulate things very well. But Jamie said that when I said elastic bands, because you may recall I had these elastic bands, and Jamie said about orthodontic ones, so I got some, and I got the ones that were 3/16 of an inch, and are these tiny little ones, but they're perfect because they sit in the groove. And so I've ordered some white ones so I can do the majority of the rest in white, so they don't stand out. Because I like coloured ones to denote things. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But if I tell you that like 500 little tiny elastic bands are £3.25, I can afford to buy £3.25 of little elastic bands. Technically, I'll probably buy some more so that I've got one per pair of these bobbins. Because, well, as you know, I've got 750 of the baggers. So, well, 900 of the baggers. So... yes, it is easier when you've got the right spacing, but I think between the two, they are, and I'm very happy with those, so that's a good thing. More progress in the right direction, we like that. So, in that sense, it's been a positive day. My Flanders square, however, I'm glad it's done. I'm glad I did it. But the analogy I have come up with is it's the same as getting your weekly shop. Hang on. You're out. 1, 2, 3, 4. And instead of bringing the goods in from your car in carrier bags, you have to bring in each thing individually. It results in approximately the same shit, but one's a lot more work than the other for no real gain. And this is really quite dense because, of course, it's as many bobbins as this is pretty much in a quarter of the size. Look, so if I line it up, it's almost exactly a quarter of the size. If I do this, you can see it doesn't exactly wilt. It's very solid. It's for a piece of lace, it's heavy. And if I balance it on my finger, just says balancing it, it does not wilt at the edges at all. I hated doing the cloth stitch bit. Not because I hate the cloth stitch bit, but because of how the bobbins were worked in it and how they said, well, bring these in, but you can't use that to tension it because, well, that's not in our rule set. So you've got to have them all dangling all over the place. And, you know, I can't really show it very well on camera, but maybe I can. I'm not sure it zooms in enough, but if I bring this up, if you look here, you can see the cloth stitch bending round. This is because it just does, which is weird in a way, because actually what you have is it enters, comes and goes out again, so it actually bends in the other way. But of course what it does mean is that the threads that came across came down and just sort of wilt at the end, which is what's giving you the curved look to it. It's just shit. It was too much work for nothing that really matters. I do think that if I was to be making a bedspread, a tablecloth, although God help me if you wanted to do that in lace, but let's say for sake of the argument, you were making something like a shawl, I can see the point because you need that much more rigidity, you need that much more strength in it. But lace, by definition, really is delicate. That is not really delicate. And so it kind of, you know, it would be almost like making lace out of 1-inch rope, right? Yes, you can, but it's not really lace anymore. It's in the style of, it's not actually, you know. So I'm glad I've done it because I know I understand it. I fucked it up a fair bit, but I understand it. I know the theory, but it is not something I feel I would choose on many occasions. But like the picots, I'm glad I can do it should the need arise, and that's where I'm going to go with the picots. I'm going to work on picots so that I can do them should the need arise. But I don't see the need arising because I don't like them. So it's going to be a rare day, but I want to be able to should I need. And I have seen a video that does picots better. Well, differently at least. So they twist their bobbins, so like I twist these. But instead of then picking up this one, I will do it with this one. And what you're supposed to do is wrap it round like this and then put it in a pinhole and then tug on it a bit and wrap this one round the other way, and technically that's a right-handed picot, right? What they do is they then pick up both bobbins and kind of do almost a bit of this. It's not quite that, but I think it's kind of under that one, over that one, and, you know, kind of give it a bit of a twist. And it means that you don't try and do the fancy shenanigans horse shit that kind of gets on your nerves with it. And so again, it makes, like the new weavy lady heralded as the saver of all for her joining knot, I think it has the potential because it makes it look much more repeatable without screwing it up. Whereas if you watch, I can send you the links to the videos. If you watch the first one, oh, well, you twist it maybe so many times, and then you do this with it, and then you twist this like this. Then you have to stab this, and like I said, if you do a left-hand one, you have to accidentally do an extra bit that they don't mention. And whereas this other one, she holds both bobbins, goes wiggle with the needle, plonk, and it's done. I like the sound of that. I like the repeatably looking ability of that. So I will just for your own, you know, casual viewing, you are free not to look at it. I'll send you the links to that because I think you'll understand a bit better why Picos are shit. But it will be interesting, I think, to you in a way to see how they go about it. And then, now I'm not saying that both Picos end up exactly the same. Maybe they don't. But if one is 1,000 times more repeatable than the other, which one are you going to pick? Ding! So yeah, sorry, I only need a couple of twists on these. I have nothing against the principle of the Pico, except the fact that it looks like a botched pinhole. And the fact that it looks like a botched pinhole means I'm not really that interested in doing it. But like everything, if you're going to design your own stuff, and you're doing it for somebody else, maybe they want Picos, maybe they want that on their work. Well, then I've got to be able to do it, haven't I? And it also, and part of the reason I've challenged myself with learning other styles and things is so that I know what's available to me and I can do a bit of pick and choosing of, I like that, I don't like that, never doing that again, and do a bit of all of those things. And so it is, you know, as a designer, if you don't know what all the options are, you can't really be making your best choices. So that's my plan. So I am feeling somewhat pleased with my musings of the day. I mean, I am glad I finished this, and I used the new glue, and I will say that the new glue does not feel anything like as crunchy, but it does seem to, I mean, there's the back. If you look really carefully, you can still see where the glue is, but it's a lot. If you pick it up, you don't stab yourself with it, unlike super glue, so it's not as hard, but it is washable. It's easy to apply. I have the world's biggest tub of it for lace making, because you use very little, obviously, but it also comes with the tiniest of tiny applicators. I mean, look at the size of that. It's got this tiny little nozzle on the end, and so you can be very precise with it and put it only on the knot, and you stab it around a bit to mush it in a bit, and it really does do its job. So I trimmed those, and I trimmed those really close. So if you think, I mentioned bunny ears from knots before, if you look really carefully, you can just about make out the pointy ends, but they are very short, but they are holding and they feel good. So, well, I learned something from my Flanders thing. Now let me have a quick look. I need to put some bobbins in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now, some of you are sticking on pins. There you go. Right. You get to go in a stick. And you can go on top of there like that. You get to go over there. You get to come out over here. Now, this is where it can get interesting, I think. You need to bugger off because you're the end. Right. You've got stuck. There you go. And you're far too long. So whenever the white ones come, I think it will help with not having to constantly mess with the fact that some of these just come undone, because this one's just come undone. Sometimes they just naturally seem to just keep growing longer every time you go anywhere near them. So elastic bands for these will be quite useful. So, right, you're there. Now, I've got a feeling some of you are not entirely being honest with where you should be. But some of it is the other short end from the knot failure of the one back up there. No, you are just a knot, that's okay. But you, my friend, are not where you should be. Something is not right here. Because you seem to be coming from a pin behind. No, that's okay. You're okay like that. Let's put you down there. You're next. You're next. You're next. 1, 2, 3, 4. Which means I need a pair of you, I think. That's okay. That's okay. We can cope with that. That's a doable object. So, yes, it's... But it's not you necessarily. Right. So, I need to... So, like that, you get to go back in here, because you are not needed till next triangle. You are the pair for the bottom. 1, 2, 3, 4, and this is the 5th one. So now we take you, and we twist you. You've already got one. You're too long compared to everybody else. I'm going to put you up here for a minute. There you go. You're out the way. So yes, I had kind of a successful day of solutions. You're a bit short. There you go. And you, there you go. Sitting on couch around dog does not help. So yes, don't need to grab a pin out of there, I've got plenty in here. There we go. The other advantage of the elastic bands is you don't have to constantly do and undo these and poke with the half hitches. You can just kind of use them. Okay. No worries. has gone a bit wonky. Like you a bit longer. Right. You're also done. So I'm going to put you on a stick because you are the done stick. So, now slide you round like this. Bring out of there like that. And grab you. Oop, you're a big moth. Hello, moth. Sit still and I'll put you outside. I'm not chasing around the room after you. Amy's snoring like a navvy. He's gone to sleep. It's because I sit so far forward on the couch and then lean onto my legs and makes my feet go to sleep. And my bum goes to sleep because I'm then sitting on the hard edge of the couch, not the squishy bit in the middle. Surrounded by snoring dogs. To be fair, his first ship is sleeping quietly. Little brown girlie is snoring like a lumberjack. Both absolutely sparko. Absolutely sparko. So, you are somewhat entangled. There we go. Right. Now, I guess the question is, do we A, go to bed and, well, bear in mind I am actually quite wide awake here, or continue on I think, she says yawning, I thinks, well, one thing we need to do is put you over there and work out once again how this pin does not have you around it, like that. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We need you. You, however, are done with, so we will put you in some sticks. Now, 2, 4, 5. You are now out of the picture. And you are just flat coming undone. feel right. But it is. So we'll ignore how it feels and we'll just keep going. I need to push you all down because, well, otherwise I'll start stealing you by mistake. Here we go. That's okay, Naughty Cat. The principle is the thought is more than enough. I promise you. Technically, I say technically because practically it's not so good at it. I have a sewing machine that can embroider things, and that could do I could draw out the threads from that, an enlarged version like I did with the cables, and put it on a patch and get it to embroider it. However, 99% of the time, bit like the rabbit ears knots, it fucks it up. Now, it is known to be slightly finicky about it, in that the table must be exactly level, even though you bolt the moving part, you have like a grip that holds on to, almost like a embroidery sleeve. It then moves it around, and the head that does all the moving is bolted onto the machine. So in theory, angle shouldn't actually matter. The table must not be capable of any tiny movement. Even I have managed to make it make one thing, a couple of things, but 90% of the time it just fucked it up. So I mean, I could point you to videos of the machine doing it in videos, and in the videos, it goes at the speed of light. If I do anything other than snail's pace, i.e. it would be quick for me to do it by hand, it fucks up. And even when you do it slowly, it fucks up. So, because I made a friend of mine for her 21st birthday a cosmetics bag. Realistically, think pencil case from school, right? It took me 4 goes to get it to finish printing. Basically, I think it was 6 violets on the front. It was ridiculous. Because it was such a simple pattern. It really was. It's not like it had 28 colours and, you know, lots of fanciness in it. No. It was basically backwards and forwards like this to make, like, a petal. And it couldn't do it without fucking it up. And you're like... And then the other problem is quite often when it fucks it up, the only way out of it is to turn the machine off. Now think about it. You turn the machine off. Well, now you personally must remember the stitch count you were at and then work backwards till you work out roughly where it fucked up so that you can start from there. Otherwise, well, it would either start from the beginning or you end up with a gap, and it's just a lot of work and cost a fucking fortune. But it is quite disappointing because you can't just take a piece of fabric. I mean, in all the pictures, they get like flimsy stuff. So, let me grab this. So, something as thin as this cotton, which, if you know, isn't really apparent on camera, but I can see through this to the stuff behind. And they literally put like this micro thin layer of stabilizer behind it, and they all go zzz, and out comes a picture, and it takes like 3 minutes. I could put on every piece of stabilizer in the entire universe and this thing would still fuck up. I can do it with thicker fabric, and it does actually recommend that you use 2 layers of stabilizer. So I do that, and no, it's just painful. And of course the stabilizer isn't cheap either. And of course it completely, when it screws up, it completely demolishes said stabilizer, because it's, well, basically made a big ass knot on the back. It is just real hard work. But technically, I can make a design. I mean, I have done it for someone. I made a design. She wanted something digitised, and I made it for her. Even though it was spot on, even though I'm not artistic, because of course I just traced it, because duh. And I simplified it because she'd tried to do it, and every time she tried to do it, it didn't work out right, because it would kind of do, I don't know, it's like make a circle, leap up, make a bit back, and come back, and so I have a thread on it. I managed to get rid of all of that. I simplified it all. I made it come out, and, you know, it was all going to come out all right. She did say thank you, but it was kind of that tough. I spent 5 hours doing that, love. You know, I wasn't expecting 100 quid, but you do, you know, there's a reason why people charge a lot for the patterns, you know. It is effort and all the rest of it. It's right, just trying to sort some of these threads out. But yeah, I mean, so yes, I could arguably make me a weaver's knot patch, or even a knot patch that you could have to give to people. I could technically do that. I have the skill set and the equipment in theory. In practice, not so much. Aww. Well, I think I ought to do more than one knot for it, though. We will talk. We will definitely talk, and I'll see if I can digitise something. Because it's been a while since I used the software on my machine, and thank you. But it's been a while since I used the software, and I had in the back of my mind, I have a feeling that they kind of, you haven't used it for a while, therefore when you wake up next time, it's going to go, oh, you got to redo all your registration, kind of crap. Which, you know, like everything, it's not necessarily a problem, but it's yet more bullshit that than you really wanted to be doing, you know. But I do have the software and the machine that can technically do it, so... it's on my old machine, of course. And if I wanted to transfer it to this one, I've got to remove it from the old one, but if they've already removed it, I probably can't remove it, but I might not be able to add it because it will still think it's on the old one, just inactive. You know how it can be. Oh, and by the way, the stupid head thing to do the back and forthy bit was about £2,000, and the software was another £1,000. So, hence, I'm kind of keen to try and use it for you, because, well, making one person basically a pencil case is not exactly fruit of the loin. Now, to be fair, I was not expecting to become the next master seamstress with it, just because I wasn't. But I did kind of want to be able to do something. So, for example, put a logo or initials on something, you know, that kind of thing. That was my original, with the intention of maybe, you know, things like a dog paw print on as a logo with, you know, name underneath for a dog or whatever, that kind of stuff. Rather than, you know, embroidering the next kind of Picasso or, you know, Last Supper kind of deal. I'm not expecting to be doing any of that, but I did think it would be nice to have the ability to. So much like my Picos, I'm determined to master Picos so that I can, should the need arise. However, not expecting to in a hurry. But I do know how to do the embroidery shit because I have tried it. I just wasn't overly successful. But I do have some thick back cloth somewhere that would make quite a nice background for a patch. And I've got some funky colours, so... So I have the ability. It's more the time, the effort, and the rest of it. Because unlike the videos, you don't just hit go and fuck off and 10 minutes later it's all finished. Mine takes forever and needs like constant glaring, or it will screw up the moment you sneeze, it's taken that opportunity. You see, that's the kind of thing, is that I do so much of my stuff for free, and I have no problem doing it for free, or I wouldn't friggin' do it. But there are times when you want to be able to do something and say to people, I don't know, I'm selling this on behalf of the local dog shelter to raise money to help the puppies have a good Christmas or something. You know, you want to be able to do something with it. And rather than, hey, let's make them all by hand and start in January so I've got 10 for Christmas. You know, because, for example, clearly would not be making lace shit, you know. But, you know, something along those lines. I mean, I do band weaving. So not like drums and trumpets band, but strips of strap weaving would be a better name for it, I think, in that case. So I do that. I can make straps. And so again, you know, I've got some fittings for that. Yeah, a lot like webbing. Yeah. I mean, for example, this is one of my bands. This is quite a thin one. I made it with stupid thin thread. It was a little bit too thin in my humble opinion. But depending on what you wanted, that's perfect edging for something, you know. I mean, for example, it would make great edging for, you know, a lace pillow edging. So you just need you just want something, you know, fairly sturdy to go around the bottoms to stop wear or whatever. That would be great for that. I prefer using slightly fatter thread than that, which I have got a almighty shit ton. And working with that. I like card weaving. Card weaving is my preference. Now, this was inkle weaving, which is standard weaving, and it's got, you put the extra threads in and pick them up and put them down to make the pattern. It's easy enough, it's just really repetitive. I prefer card weaving because the feel you get out of it is much smoother. This is quite a harsh feel to it. I mean, the top isn't so bad because you've got the smoothness where the pattern is, but you know, everywhere else it's kind of, the edges are sharp. They're rough. They're not, well, they're kind of sharp in that if I slipped one across like that, it would actually hurt. It would possibly even cut you. Whereas with card weaving, because you are constantly twisting, well, anything between 2 and 4 threads, or actually about 9 threads, but whatever, a number of threads together, you get that more rope feel, but it makes it smooth on top. And I like the look of it a lot more as well. So I like card weaving. I have a lot of cards for card weaving. And by preference would card weave. So yes, card weaving is cool. You can do it on the same contraptions. You can use an inkle loom for both. So, and I do. So it is 1 o'clock in the morning, and while I am very much still awake because I didn't go to bed till 3 o'clock yesterday, I need to upload this video, and at 5 hours it's going to take it forever, because that means there's plenty of it. I'm interested, how big is it? It's funny, sometimes it uploads a lot better than other times, and yet the speed of my upload is no different. Oh, it's not going to tell me how big it is. Oh, of course you're not. What's the date today? Yeah, it's not. It's still 0 bytes. It hasn't saved it yet, so I won't know how big it is. But it'll be a number of gig. Because 2 hours 15 minutes was 2.6 gig, so it's going to be about 5 gig. It's going to take forever. So I'm going to let this be. I'm going to try and take a photo of it. So I need to move a few piles of bobbins around a little bit to get a decent view, so that it's not too buggered about. Let me get like that. You are the finished ones, so you can stay over there like that. You need to come out the way so that I get a good view. There we go. Taking a picture here. Like that. I shall be back tomorrow. Not this late tomorrow, obviously, because I'll have work on Monday. Let me sort this bobbin out that's trying to kill everybody. Right. Right, let's put that over there. Exactly, tomorrow is a school night, and so I don't want to be up too late because, well, much as I won't say this is more interesting, it doesn't pay the bills. So while this is not paying the bills, school has to take preference, as the phrase goes. So after all, they're paying me money to do a decent job, so I really should oblige. Now, I don't know where the lid for that went. Oh, there it is. Lid for my ex-Flanders collection. Right. Put some more cloths on it for good measure, because I like putting cloths on things. Because these cloths, these slightly light blue ones, these are a lot thicker cotton, and I really like those, but I can't find cotton like it. But anyway, it's slightly thicker cotton. Anyway, we're getting there. We've nearly finished triangle number 1 of square number 6. We finished our Flanders. We're doing all right. We've made progress. We've got things. It's not been a bad day. It really hasn't. So I thank you all for coming. And obviously I shall be back tomorrow, probably a bit more afternoony. But I also want to go to bed, so I'll probably set my machine uploading and then go to bed. But at the same time, I also don't feel happy going to sleep until it's finished. So I really don't win, do I? I shall see you tomorrow. Have a good evening for those who have still got some. Not to go to bed. It's late. And I shall chat with you all next time I see you. And thank you for coming. Bye-bye.